Hello, welcome back. So, last time I left off, I'm not quite sure where I was. I didn't know if I had even started doing the roads. I think I was, though. And I was really stuck. I think I found a solution, kind of. Um, but it's a little wonky. I'm not sure exactly what's happening, and I wish to solve what's happening before I continue on because I want to make sure I understand. But just to, oop, I don't have that up right. The no, da, da, da. So essentially, I was trying to create nested. Um, what are they called? Position nodes, position noise. Where is it? Right here. These position cell noise densities. I wanted to nest them, and I was not able to. I think that was the issue I was having before. But I figured out basically how to make if statements using the densities and using mixed densities. So that's cool. That's going to be really useful later on. And I can make basically if statements here. Um, so let's kind of go over what I have right now, and then we'll continue on from there. So at first, I have this cell noise, which is the road system, the grid, city grid. I think that's what I call it. I call it street grid. And so this street grid is global. It's basically just saying if you're on um, the axes of this x and z axes of these positions. So every 50, I have a new axis. If you're on these zeros, so when x equals 0 or when z equals 0, which an easy way to do that is just say if I multiply them and they are 0, then output 1. If they're not 0, output 0. So basically I have a density grid that says all of these are 1s and everything else around it is 0. Okay, so if you're on the axis, you're a 1. Uh, and the thing is about these, I really wish I could make a density grid or a density cell noise that's 2D. I cannot. I think it needs to be 3D. So what I did is override the y to be 0, and then I also scale it up by 320. So essentially, I create these vertical towers, this vertical grid going from y0 to y320. The reason why I don't like that is because of the distance, how the position cell noise calculates all of this, or what blocks it considers. It only considers blocks within this distance at 50 instead of the whole column. It would be nice if it could just consider the whole column, and then the distance would only be in the xz direction, but it doesn't do that. Because this is very limiting. I feel like this limits it more. I wish I can create 2D meshes instead of 3D meshes. Anyway, so that's the street grid. So then I create this street grid, and I go here, and I have this as being my village mask, but I'm calling it village mask. So essentially, if you lie within this area, you are going to be a village. And how I do that is by making another position cell noise density, and this one is 500 by 500 cell with a max distance of 350. And I've also learned a lot about these two. So if you're unsure how to use this or what it does, because I experimented one time where I made the scale only like 40 or something like that, and the max distance of 1,000. and it slowed down so much. And I realized, I kind of think I figured out how this position cell noise density works, which is essentially that at a block, like let's say you are looking at this block will then figure out which cells it's a part of using this max distance. I think. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Because again, uh, World Gen works block by block, right? If all it is, look at a block and it does all of this math with that single block, right? And it needs to know which part of these cells it's in. And it does that by just calculating the distance away, or which cells are close to it within this distance. And so the larger this distance is in 3D space, so it checks the y-axis too, in 3D space, the more blocks it has to check, unless of course this scale goes up. And I've noticed that the performance is that if this number, if the scale and this distance is roughly the same, it will perform pretty okay. The lower this is, the better. The lower the max distance is, the better. And in fact, at any point, like if you're only working 2D, again, this is 2D, not 3D. Because yeah, at least how I'm implementing this, how I'm thinking about it in my head. If you're doing a 3D cell, it works a little bit different. But anyway, if you're within the middle of this cell, you're gonna be within distance of this origin, that origin, this origin, and this origin, within those 4 origins, and the max distance you'll get is like this scalar divided by this root 2, right? This scalar divided by root 2, roughly 1.41. And so if you only care about being within one of these origins, let alone 4, if you only care about being within 1, just like where's my closest one, or what should I do within one of these cells, then the max distance really only needs to be the scale of your x or z divided by root 2. So it doesn't need to be that large. But I found that even if you go up to the scale of, or if your max distance is roughly equal to the scale, it's pretty okay. But if you go above it, the more you go above it, the worse your performance will be. Anyway, so this is going to make towns that are at least 500 points apart, and the towns, how I've set up this curve is that the closer you are to this origin point, the higher your number will be. You'll have if you're at 0, you're equal to 1, and about 250 will be equal to 0. Okay. But all this is going to do is it's going to create like semicircles, or you could say circles, just spheres of influence, perfect spheres of influence around these origin points, which I don't want. I want my towns to be a little bit, I don't know, misshapen, I guess you can say. They'll look like, they might look like this or something, right? With the town center here. And I'm going to use these origin points and these density nodes to determine the buildings that are going to be placed. And so the higher you are, like the closer you are to 1, you're more likely going to be like this town square, or like some kind of government building. And then the further out you are, the more likely you're going to be a house. Okay. So you're going to have houses on the outskirts, on the suburbs, and all the other buildings will be like commercial ones, and then you might have a town square or other public buildings in the middle. And so yeah, I want shapes like this. I don't want perfect circles. I want awkward shapes. And that's what this simplex will do. It will make shapes a little bit different. So basically I just have a scale, it's a simplex noise. I zoom in a lot because I don't want that much noise. I don't want it to be super crazy, where I will have like town square plus like little bits around here. I don't want disconnects, essentially. I want to have it as connected as possible. And in fact, this one already has a disconnect, even though I already zoomed in 500. As you can see, this road right here is not connected to this road, which kind of stinks, but it's not so bad. I'm not going to care about too much. And also, this kind of works. that's kind of the fun part of procedural generation and discovery, is that you'll get these little quirks that are fun to discover. But generally, I have this centerpiece, and then I have a road going up here. Actually, if I can zoom out, you can kind of see the white part. So you see, you have these roads starting from in the middle of town, and they kind of branch off, and they go out at different lengths. So like I said, I want most of these outer parts to be like houses. So you're gonna have a few houses on the outside of these roads, and then down here you might have like the town center here, or another building here, blacksmith, maybe a bakery, who knows. I want those buildings closer to the center. And oh yeah, and what I have here, uh, I just put through the terrain generation. All of these are not going to be part of terrain generation at all. So these are just simply density nodes. I'm trying to visualize how they look, though, to make sure I am thinking about them correctly. And so all I did was actually put them directly into the terrain generation, uh, and just put them into a simple, or add them to a simple height map. And so you can actually see that this is generally how it would look. So you have the town. The town's going to be not perfectly perfectly circular, which is good. Right? It will have all these places out here. And then the closer you are to the center of town, the higher you up, the higher the number is, and the further away you are from town, the lower the number is. So like you can easily see how this will uh, how the slope is across distance, which is it's a nice visualization of how the towns will be set up. Right now, I want villages, so I want them kind of small, which means I might even lower the scale of this. Actually, let's do that right now. Let's see if I lower the scale of this, how it's going to look. So let's make it like 400. Although this is probably really going to screw up the shape of this. This shape right now, think I'm kind of far from the origin. I don't know how the simplex noises are made. I might get shifted over a lot into a completely different part of the noise map, and that's fine. Let's just take a look right now. Oh, I need to create a viewport, which is on. All right. So let's save this as a smaller scale and see how our town is shaped then. There we go. Alright, so this town is very, very tiny. Look at that. It's only two little streets, two crossroads. And also you can see I have a piece over there, which, as you can see, it's very, very close to being the same height here. Which is why I don't want it to be too small. The scalar of this number to be too small. You're going to get noises like this. And if I were to lower the height map, so that way it makes this a little bit bigger, like if I bring it down to this level, and this level are going to be the same. So we're going to have like other places, other towns out here with nothing in between. Which I don't know if I want. I could probably do that. Let's lower the numbers so I can easily visualize this. I already have the roads, so here's my roads, and all I have this is, oops, I have this attached to my materials already, so I can visualize the roads. And I have a delimiter here saying from 0.5 to 1.1. I've learned that this is non-inclusive, so this one is exclusive. I think that was included in the last video. So that was good to learn. So I can lower this to like 0.4. Let's try 0.4 at first and see what kind of roads we get. So this is going to increase the roads, not by too much. Not by too much. We got some more there. Got some more there, but does this open up over here? It doesn't even open up over here, so actually a lot of these roads are still contained within this area. I could do this. I could decrease it a little bit. I can play with these numbers all day long, so I'm not too worried about this. I'm more worried about how these roads are connected and how to place them. So also I wanted to have the road levels. So this is something that was really bugging me, and it was I think important. I wanted to have not a single road type. I wanted to have like road levels. Like if you're in a city, I wanted the roads to be different than when you're in a village. Also, the further you go out from town, the more likely you're going to meet like dirt roads or other types of roads. So I wanted road levels. And this was the hardest part to do because this essentially requires me to have um, requires me to have these position cell noises nested within each other. And this cell noise here, I'm using the same uh, position nodes as. I don't have. Wait, whoa. Where's my city grid? Wait a second. I have an imported position nodes that are not part of anything. Is it? How does it know to do this? It must be like saved. There must be something cached in memory that it can recall. But this is supposed to be the city grid essentially. City grid. Okay. This is city grids, and this is essentially the grids of all the roads in town. But yeah, so this is doing the same points. It's creating the same points, and the closer you are to the town center, the more your road should be, right? So these roads, the densities of these roads need to be. Oh, you know what? Maybe that's why they're so low now. Oh, I bet that's what happened. Anyway, need to be similar to these points here on the village, the height. Essentially want the roads to be the same height as the village mask. That would allow me to say like, oh, you're this type of road if you're really high up, or you're this type of road if you're low down, right? The higher you are, the more likely you're going to have like street lights or not tiled, brick roads or something like that. And the further you are, the more likely you have no lamps and dirt roads. So I need to know the height of the village mask, or at least that would be the easiest way, right? Because this is already determined by height, depending if you're the closer you are to the center of the city. But this is a big thing here, is that it's a little bit different. Like, let's say you are building a street from this part of the town, right, to this part of the town. Now, how do I do this? I think I just hit, nope, that's R, gets rid of it. I just want to like click. There we go. Alright, if you're building a street along this path, you're not going to just, change from street lamps to non-street lamps and to dirt roads within the same the same road. Like, you're going to wait to an intersection, right? Once you get to an intersection, then these might all be dirt roads. But from here to here, you're going to start with you're going to have the same type, street type. And basically what that means is that I want to call the origin of this grid. Be like, all right, what's the village mask value at 0, 0 here, and then make that value the same for everything along this path. Okay, that's essentially what I wanted to do. I wanted to say, take this origin value and apply it to everything along this path. And I thought about doing it in here, since this is creating the density values anyway. I'm like, okay, make these density values, and then just say, anytime it's part of the street grid, make it part of this street grid, or the origin, find the origin and then apply it to all this. And I couldn't do that. I think this anchor density node only applies to the anchor here. Like if I were to put a position cell noise within this position cell noise, so if I take a new position cell noise, right, and I were to do it like right here, right, like this, and I were to call another anchor density from here. All right. This anchor density, I'm pretty sure this is what I've tried when I troubleshooted it myself, when I did all this work. This anchor density seemed to have called this the origin of this mesh, not the origin of whatever mesh this would apply. So yeah, I think these anchor densities go up really far. I don't know how to say that in coding terms, but like this is supposed to be the parent, but I think it goes to the very top parent. So instead of looking at this parent, it would look up the grandparent, I guess, so to speak. Yeah, so that failed. So what I did instead is that since I knew the street grid, and the street grid was also already binary from 0 to 1, I figured I could make if I could do an if statement, that would work. And you can do if statements using mix. Where's the mix? Mix simply says that if it's 0, do this one. If it's 1, do this one. And if it's in between 1 and 0, mix them proportionally. However, if it's only ever 0 or 1, then you're only ever going to do this one or this one. And since my street grid is already 0s and 1s, basically I'm saying if it's not a street value, do the village mask. If it is a street value, do this one. And so I just have as my if statement put the street grid in, so that's convenient. And then when it's on the street, what I've done here is, this took me also a while to figure out, because I didn't know how this would work. So I imported the village mask, right? And I want to situate the village mask, right? I need, basically it's saying, all right, for this cell value, right? So if we think about it step by step, it's going to call this function when it's on the street grid, right? So it gets to the street grid node. Let's say it gets to this point here, this block, right? The block at the surface. This block is going to go, all right, I'm going to go get the imported density, right? When I do this, I'm going to be assigned this value, right? Let's do like, this is block, right? I'm going to assign this value, but really I want to be assigned this value. So there's a little discrepancy, right? This is like two blocks higher. I don't want this one, I want that one. And so I just was thinking I needed to get the origin, so I override the z and x density. I override it using this as the anchor point, right? These positions as an anchor. But that didn't seem to work if I reverse this. Like if I put that here and the anchor here, so I first did like delimiter, anchor, z override, x override this one. That didn't work. It seemed to have, again, imported this density. This density is a position cell noise density, so it has origins, right? It has an origin for every cell. And so it looked like it was overriding the z and x density from here of the origin. So it would call the origin of this, which is the same problem I was having before of nesting this position cell noise in here. If I put it right here, it would call this origin, and I didn't want that origin. I wanted the city grid origin. And so basically I was just experimenting. I didn't know, and I just kind of did random stuff. This is where sometimes doing things that even if you don't think they will work, it might help you learn something new. Just experimentation of almost like random assignments of variables. So I just decided to put these outside the anchor. Did it make sense to me? Every single time I've ever seen the anchor density, what you wanted to anchor to was inside here, not outside. But this seems to have helped. Let's look at it again. Yeah, let's see what happens. These should be brought up. We'll see. didn't do it this time. Alright, so something is wrong with my... Yeah, something's wrong with this now. As you saw in the very beginning of the video, or I had it already set up and it was working, but then as we all noticed, the city grid was not lined up with this city grid anymore. Like, this had been deleted, so I don't know what I was doing before. What happened? The issue that I'm running into again is that because this is not a 2D thing, this max distance, like right now, it's pulling in positions where all the y values are 0, right? And if all the y values are 0, it's essentially looking at the bottom of the jump, right? It's looking at way down here, and it's looking at the density values for here, which is always going to be 1. I don't know. It's not going to be accurate, right? Because I'm looking at this height map, and I want it to be this height map, and it's way down here, and it's consistently down there for everything. So I had figured that out last time. As you saw in the beginning, there was every origin had a different height value. I don't know what's happening now. Let's just go max distance of like 100. Let's see if that will help it, if I can bring it up higher. Doesn't seem to have done anything. Alright, this might slow it down, but we're going to go to like 250, because if it is at the bottom of the world, I think all these points are greater than 100, and that's why nothing happened. Alright, we're at 131. So we want to make sure that it's checking the distances way up here as well. All these nodes, all these blocks. And so, 150 might work, but let's just do 250. Save it. This should help it. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, as you can see, it seemed like it was a little bit slower because I am checking so many blocks now. If I do 150, yeah, this is the issue. This is the issue I'm having, is that I cannot change this. If I change this, my city grid gets messed up. I think. Like, I guess we can debug that or figure that out today, is maybe we can address this issue in order to work on performance. Because, yeah, I wish this could be 2D. That's all I want. I want this to be 2D. But it's not, so the distance needs to be there, and it seems to be working again, right? So, kind of. This is not what I want at all. For some reason, this is super high. It's even greater than the values here, which doesn't make sense to me. Like, it should just be calling imported density. Like, okay, where would it be getting these values, right? How can it be getting a value that is greater than anything within this range? Is it being multiplied by anything? These are still really, and these are really low, right? These are super low. Huh. With this X and Z override, it should be getting the point at this origin, right? However, because it's calling, here's the thing too. I wasn't sure what would happen if I do this with points that are within multiple origin cells, or multiple cells. Multiple cell origins, I'm not sure how to say it. So for example, let's go back to here. Let's just actually clear this. If I have a grid, right? Sure, let's call that good. If I call this point here, right? And it's going to check with all of the densities in around here. It's going to check this one. It's going to check this one, this one, this one, and this one as well. All the ones around it. How and in what order does it generate these nodes? Does it add it on, right? If it's saying, hey, when I get here, I'm going to check the density there and there and there and there. Does it sum them all up? Does it take the max? Does it take the mid? Does it just take the first one? Because there should be multiple of these origins of these x, z, y, z, or x, z, what? X density, z density, no. X equals 0, y equals, z equals 0, oh my gosh, alright. There should be multiple of these x equals 0, z equals 0s within this radius. In fact, there's a lot. Maybe this is also the reason why it's having issues. You know what I could do? Maybe I can just call the same mesh point generator using the same seed, just do a different y value. That's a good hack for now. The reason why I want to call that a hack is because that's not the general solution that I want, and it's not going to work for all villages at all y levels. Right? If, for example, the city grid, because again we have to think about it as in 3D since it wants to make it 3D so badly that if I have a generator right here, right, at y equals like 100, then it's only going to check for 50 blocks around this circle. It's only going to check 50 blocks around it. So that means if I have villages, if I want villages at y equals 200 or y equals 50, they're going to be out of range and they won't even generate. And that sucks. But let's just do a temporary fix right now just to see if this works. So instead of doing positions, we're going to make a 2D mesh. We're going to position this at 100, but the points are going to be exactly the same as the other points. We're going to do the same seed. And we're going to do 51, 50 with 0 jitter. So we should, since we have the same seed, end up with the exact same mesh. But it's positioned at y equals 100 instead of y equals 0, and we're going to lower the max distance down to 50. So that way we're not checking a bunch of other points. And it does lower it. It does lower it indeed. Alright. And that I think makes sense to me. Because now it's not checking all of these points, it's just checking 4 at max, right? Because the maximum distance between this origin to this origin is 50. Did it not go? That's right, because I right click. Right click to right click is 50, right? Okay. Now here's another interesting thing, right? This is something I really need to figure out, and I think I have a way of doing it. Notice how it only goes 25 blocks, even though I'm checking the distance for 50. Like this block here on this XZ axis. When it goes and it checks, it's checking the distance of 50, so it's getting this origin and this origin, right? I think. Is it returning both? How is it returning? What is it doing? Like, why is there such a drop off at 25 at this 25 mark, halfway mark? Like, all of these in between should, I think, be getting only these two as their origin, right? Because you can imagine building a giant circle around here. I wish I could, like, I'll just do it with my cursor. Oh, a laser pointer. There's a laser pointer in this. Alright, let's just get rid of that. Laser pointer. I guess the laser pointer is broken. Alright. Laser pointer. Oh, there we go. Oh, whoa. Okay, laser pointer is a little broken, like it has infinite distance. Alright, anyway. So you can imagine building kind of a circle. It's not really going with the laser pointer anyway. Oh, wow. Okay, how do I even use this? This is not working at all. Hold right click to display the laser. I'm holding right click and it's not working. Maybe I'm too far. Yeah, I think I was too far from anything. Alright, so see, you can imagine a 50 radius circle around this origin point. And as I move across, this radius, or this circle, will move too. The center will change. Here, when it's at this origin, it's including all 4 of these points. But if I'm over here, it's only going to be including this one and this one, because this will be out of range. You know, the top of the circle will be here, and it's going to curve down and miss this one. It's going to miss all of them until it gets back to this origin. So, as it moves along, it should still be including this one. Why does it go down here? Is it proportional? Maybe. Maybe since it's closer to this one, it's going to include this height more, even though this height's a little messed up anyway. And then when it gets down to this one, it lowers itself. How is it determining the density for this? If I lower this to 25, it won't ever see anything but one origin. You can see how that plays out. Oh, that's right, because I got disconnected. The thing broke. So spawn, and then viewport, radius 7. Should automatically update. Yeah, it goes. Okay, see what happens here? I get a higher position for the origin, which makes sense to me, right? Because this is now the one that's being included the most, I guess you could say. But then it immediately drops off and creates this lower thing, which doesn't make sense. I don't understand why it's doing that. Like, it's importing the village mask, so it should be the same height as that. And then it's anchoring this village mask to the XZ origin. Right? I imagine, like, I'm thinking of this. Maybe I'm thinking of this wrong. That's why it's not working. Oops, I don't want to save. Imagine this, you have a map, right? This is the simplex map, okay? And I'm going to import it into the thing. And now I'm saying, hey, here's the block that I'm going to, but here's the origin block, okay? When I move it, it should, I imagine, take it and move it toward that red point. Be like, all right, here's the black one, right? Here's the black one, and now I want to override the X and Z to this origin point here because this is actually, a cell. I have a bunch of cells here. And so I imagine that it will do this for every cell. So every block here in each of these cells will be overridden to the origin. That's how I read this setup here. Every time I import it, I'm going to import this. I'm going to import this map, but on this map, I'm now going to change it to this origin point. And so everything within here, everything within the cell should be equal to this origin point. I hit it. So I don't understand why it would drop off. Like, why would it create any kind of curve? Oh, it creates a curve because of this distance curve. That's why. And why is it? It's at points of 100. See, this is why it's so frustrating. This is not a 2D mesh. This is a 3D mesh. The 3D mesh is at y equals 100. I just can't. For some reason, I cannot keep that in my head. This is why that's happening. It's because I'm at 133 right here. So the highest you can possibly go, this is 125. Guaranteed, this is 125. We're just going to go down here. 126. Yeah, 126, but yeah, 125. Because it's at 100, next distance 25. And this lowers it to... how do I make this a 2D mesh? How do I do that? Because this is frustrating that it's not. I really, really, really do not like that I have to create a Y point. Maybe I can ask them right now. Or, I try to use Discord as much as I can. But position cell noise density, like, there's nothing here, I don't think, that will... Simple horizontal positions. See, I don't want horizontal positions. I want base height positions. What's that? What's base height? Oh, I forgot to do that, didn't I? First we will... We're going to cover this up here. Where is that again? 8? I think 8. 8 should be my be right back one. I want to look at this base height position. This might be what I need to do. Just need to make sure that this works. It doesn't seem to be working. Maybe it's Alt-9. Might be right back screen. Come on. I think I need to... Okay, there we go. I need to reduce the delay on my stream so I can see it more immediately. Anyway, let's get this density one out and close out this one. Okay. And then to go back to my stream, what is it? I actually should probably look at the settings. Hotkeys. Is 9. Oh, desktop is 8. Okay, so going back to here is Alt 8. Alt 8. So now I should bring this back up. Go to density. Alright, position provider. Let's see a position provider. I'm gonna need water. This is talking too much. Oh, I don't want that. See, I don't want the base height. That's not at all what I want. Combines all the positions into a single positions field. I wonder if I can do that. What if I can take the positions of all of the y? Or what if I do this? What if I just do a 50 scale, right? I don't think that's going to actually change anything because it's still measuring from this y, 120, or yeah. I don't think that's going to adjust these. It's simply going to change all of the densities by a factor of 50, but I don't need to change the fact. I don't need to change the y or the density. I just need to consider points in the entire column. That's all I want to do. I just want the entire column measured. Or maybe even just the column, the positions that are looking straight down. I don't think you can do that with densities though, like the first surface block. Actually, I think you could. I could create another if, because essentially what's stopping, if we look at the cross section of a chunk, this right here is land and this right here is air, and the gap between here is always going to be 0. Will be a 0 point. So I could look. I could try to. No, I don't think I could union the positions to get. No, that seems complicated. Yeah, I don't think I can do this any other way. I just have to increase the max distance to like 100. But then what's going to happen is that all these points will have a bunch of more origins in there, and it's going to raise them all high, really high, right? That's what happened before, is that they all got much higher because I feel like it's adding them. It's taking this height plus this height plus that height plus that height. That's what it seems like. I mean, I feel like it would be much, much higher in that case. So I don't know how it's getting these values, right? If I'm only importing the village mask and the highest point is right here, how is it possibly getting higher than that? Don't know. But I mean, this way, this will include all villages down to origin up to 200. No, because of the same issue. You'll get that curve in the road. That won't necessarily work. Of course, this is a visualization. It's not going to look like this at the end, so there won't be a literal curve in the road. What will happen is that the level of the road, right? I'm saying the height. I want the height of this road to determine whether it's like a city road or a dirt road. The lower it is, the more likely it's going to be a dirt road. So all of these would be considered city roads, even though there's not any roads there, right? The white is what I'm painting about. So this is not working. Wait a second. What if I were to just shift this over to the right? That seems like it might work. Except out here, it's nothing. Why is there a huge drop-off? Right? We have a very large drop-off right here, and then it's just nothing. It's flat. Oh no, there's one little bit there, but that's strange. That's strange. Isn't that strange? So this is what I was doing before. So I have a cache here because I was thinking of calling this multiple times. So I was thinking of just doing this and doing a max and saying, and changing these values up. I don't know if this will work. Let's see what happens again. Guys, yeah, let's see. So if we were to change these, but don't look at the origin, let's look at like a different point. Let's change it from different origin points. So like minus 50 and 0 to 0 minus 50, and then 50 and 50. We're going to look at all the origins around us and just take the max of them. And hopefully we'll see. Okay, these got a lot larger, huh? What happens though too is it doesn't stop the fact that the change is in the middle of the road, 25 blocks down. Like this becomes way larger for some reason. I don't know what's going on with some of these points. This is what I really need to understand. I don't know what's causing this to be so tall. I also don't know why it's dropping off 25 blocks down. I understand that it's not even part of a different cell. Each cell is 50 blocks by 50 blocks, right? So technically, everything including the origin, including that origin should be here. So yeah, this is what's confusing me. What if I just do a max here? Will it even change anything? Will it make these roads over here taller? Because these roads before were dropping off steeply. Nope. It just brings it back to basically how it was. So the max doesn't do anything. Each block is only getting called once. Alright, so where is my cutoff point? So 80 to 150, right? That is 70 blocks, it's 35 blocks tall. Wait a second, wait. This is... If I'm doing the correct curve map right here too... Oh, it's because I'm adding it, right? That's why. I'm adding it. See, sometimes the adding is confusing, so should I try to multiply? Would that make more sense? Because these numbers are all 0 to 1, right? This is 0 to 1. This is 1 to 0. Yeah, these are all 0 to 1. So instead of adding, let's multiply. So that way we definitely be getting a number still between negative 1 and 1. Actually, will we be getting any negative numbers? Yeah. These are going to be between 0 and 1. All of these will be between 0 and 1. But I will be multiplying them with this negative after 105. So 105 should become the max height here if I do a multiplier. The reason why I'm doing this is that I'm hoping let's just see what happens. Let's just see what happens. Everything becomes extremely flat. Why is everything flat? These actually go straight down to... Oh, interesting. In fact, okay. Oh, no, this makes sense. This makes sense, so. because here is basically the origin point of one of these points, right? And so I'm saying go to 0 from 0 or 1 to 0. The further out you are, you're going to be hitting 0. Okay, so this is essentially returning 0, and now I'm multiplying that with a negative number at 150. What? There should be no, at 80 there should be no negative, right? Because you can't get negative numbers here. Yes you can, yes you can. Anything outside 350, that's right. Or no, anything outside of here. So I only go up 250. Below 250, it's gonna, I think, output 1 as the curve, and that's the thing. So outside of this 250 is just 1, and then 1 gets multiplied by the negative, and you're out. So that's why it's doing that. Okay, so that's not working. I still need a sum. I just want to. I guess I need to normalize it or something. How am I going to do this? Because I can be getting a number close to 1, maybe even 1, when I do the village math, right? And then you're adding almost 1 to it, or like negative 0.3, and that would end up being 0.7, which is error, right? That's why we're going all the way up to like 135. So the largest number, I think, at 80, it would be 2, because I'm have 1 here, plus I'm adding the 1 here. So it could be up to 2. So let me just normalize this from max of 2. We want that back down to 1 and negative 1. And then I think since we don't have any negatives here, the lowest that we can possibly get is negative 1. So we'll just have the negative 1 mid to negative 1. Okay. I think it becomes more obvious what's happening now. I think right, this mix is not working as intended, I think. I think it's still mixing it, which is unfortunate because this should be 0, 1. But also, is my max height now like 105? No, it's still 120. So yeah, I'm still a little confused on that. Alright. Is that, yeah, that's 70. After 70 is 35. So, oh, that's 115, not 105. So 25 is, yeah, 115. So 115, that's close to what I'm getting. Oh, this is 115 here, actually. So no, we're good. We're good. What is this then? 115 as well. I wonder then if I am adding again, points are too high. This should be way down there. I don't understand how it's getting up so high. Why is this so tall? And why are these so deep? Is this even covering the right part of the grid? I think it's not. That's funny. I have these sliders here. I don't, yeah, slide in the problem. Let's go down to 0. Watch what happens. I bet I will find out that this grid will be better aligned now with this new one. No, it's not. Oh, it's still messed up. But yeah, I think these sliders and other things are killing my grid. So basically, I was using sliders to debug or to test. I was just moving the map around so I can easily see what's going on. But yeah, it's off. I'm calling a different map. See how this is not aligned with this? Is it supposed to be? Like if I were to just slide this over by a little bit, would it be aligned? And I want to say no. Could be. Now, this simplex, I'm pretty sure shouldn't be anchored to anywhere, and so I should get an infinite non-repeating noise, right? It's not centered on the cell. It's not part of the cell, I don't think, because it's not part of this anchor, right? I still could multiply it outside. Can I cut? I can't cut. I can copy and I can paste here. So we're just going to delete this, and then we're going to grab all this, pull it back, and then we're going to multiply. It should come out to be exactly the same thing. Literally nothing should change, but we'll find out. Yeah, nothing will change. That's good. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. So my assumption before was correct. This still is just misaligned with what I'm seeing here. Is it because the mix is still messed up? Maybe what I can do maybe I can make another curve. I can just try to maybe more cleanly define this mix, because also the mix, what this mix will do is that if it's less than 0, it'll be the first one. This is positions density. Right, if it's less than or equal to 0, only a is used. So I could just make it equal to -1 and 2, and that way it will guarantee this. So let's import it, right? And then we're going to do a curve network, which will make it so that I will output anything from -1 to, I don't know, we'll do 0.5. Or no, -1 will output -1, and up to 0.5, that will be -1. And then anything greater than 0.5, right? Because I could get 0.5 if it's less than here and less than, or greater than here and less than here, I should say. But yeah, we'll just change it so that way if it's 0.5, I'm going to out 0.2. And hope, I think this should just carry up to 1. X. I don't know if it will like this though, right? Because if I have two inputs with two different outputs, it doesn't know which one to do, right? So let's do from 0.6. There should, I don't know, or just 0.51. All right. Now it's either going to be less than 1 or less than 0 or greater than 1, and so there should be even less ambiguity on which ones to use. There should be no mixing involved, and well, the good news is that it doesn't seem like there was any mixing before. So it wasn't the mixing. So I can probably just go back to this. Oops, this mixed density seems to be working okay. What is wrong with this one? Am I anchoring it to the world 0, 0? What? Oops, the world 0, 0 though. That's spawn, right? Yeah, here's 0, 0. This is my position 0, 0. This should be equal to this then, right? There should be 0 ambiguity here. Or is there? Because if this is 0, 0, but my cell is offset, by a little bit. Let's see if I do B here. What happens if I do B? Let's change this. Nothing. Let's do C to C. Nothing. I mean, that's also a good thing. So the grid is, I'm above the origin of another grid, right? So the grid, what the grid will do, what this grid should do, this mesh, is that it's basically going to subdivide the world into smaller coordinate planes with an origin here going out positive 50. This should be positive 50. I think this is negative actually. This is positive. So it's going positive this way and positive this way. Positive X, positive Z. Okay? There. So it's going this way and this way. Oh, and look at that, we have a little island there. Oh no, it's not too bad. Um, so, so if we have the city grid, all it's doing, it's going to call the village mask. So, all right, this is something that I did before. I'm going to do it again just to test, right? If we don't do anything at all, right, we're not moving it, it should just give us the map back. Everything should be even and flush because all it is returning this exact value, right? Yes, and there it goes, right? All it's saying is, hey, just get this one. Regardless of which one you choose, you're outputting the same thing. So it should just be the height map of the village mask. Okay? Good. Now I want to anchor this. The anchor, though, should do nothing. It does do something, though. That is weird to me. I don't know what it does. It's creating the same height map everywhere, though. Oh. No, it's doing the distance. It's fundamentally doing distance. That's why it has the steps. The steps are even and they're going down in the negative and up in the positive, right? Yeah, see it's more getting less negative and this should be getting more positive there. So this is doing distance to the origin, that's what it's returning. Even though I anchor it, it doesn't care about this anymore, it's just doing distance. What if I import it and just be like, I don't care about the anchors, just give me 0, 0 here. And this also makes sense because where's my spawn point? I'm going to tell you where it is right now, right here. And so now it's saying, here's the spawn, and everything's going to be equal to the spawn point 0, 0, just everything 0, 0. So this also makes complete sense, which is why you need to anchor it to, oops, which is why you need to anchor it to your mesh, right? Now the mesh should give me that. But that's weird. It's again giving it to have everything's exactly the same though. It's not, what? Why? That is weird. Oh no, why? I'm not even over spawn though, right? Where's spawn? Right here. And now it's actually a little bit less than spawn. So where is it anchoring and why is it giving me something different? The village mask. I don't know how it's calculating this, and everything is exactly the same, right? There shouldn't be any changes. Constant value. Why is it constant? Because it's saying anchor makes it a distance now, right? Oh my goodness. It's given me the distance to the origin. Anchor makes a distance, right? That's what we just learned. When I did nothing but the anchor, all it did was the distance. So saying distance to the origin, which from the origin, right? I'm overwriting the x and z as the origin. So distance to the origin from the origin is 0. So that's why it's constant. Everything is constant. What if I multiply these? What do I give to x though? I need to input. It should just be the constant, right? It should just be constant because it doesn't really matter. I'm saying here's a constant density of the whole world. You're making it 0, 0, doing the anchor. And now you're going to multiply it with this. Multiply? But it's going to be 0 multiplied by this. It's going to be exactly the same. It shouldn't change at all. It should just be 0, right? Yeah. It's gonna be lowered down to where, okay. So that doesn't work. X override Z override of. So I mean, so I want to import the density, but I want to import it at the 0, 0, right? That is what I'm doing. Um, I want to import it to these points. What was this again? This was simply a constant value, right? Because it was finding, no, it didn't do that. Okay. Because the anchor, basically, the anchor will make the child density. It'll move it to the 0, 0, the origin. And where is it? Where's anchor? There it is. The anchor's origin of the child's field to the contextual anchor if it exists. So this is the child one, and it's going to anchor it to this one if it exists. So essentially, that's what's creating the repeating patterns, right? Yeah, because I'm not anchoring this one, and I don't want to anchor this one. I want to be able to get the x and y density, but this is, see, I need the I need the I need the value of this density at the zero of this mesh. How do I do that? That has been the problem this entire time, and I'm back to it again. Spent an hour unable to move beyond this problem. I want this village mask, but I want it at this density. Maybe this will help. Right, because if I import it here, so it's going to say it's going to import this density map, hopefully as a global map, right? It shouldn't change. Yeah, it shouldn't change that. And now I'm saying override the x and override the z. So look at this density map from this 0, 0. But this 0, 0, where is it? It's this one. And I feel like this should work even without the anchor, or is it going to be the entire world anchor? I think I already did this, and it's the world origin. Yeah, this is going to be equal to spawn. Spawn is right there, right? And so it's like everything is equal to this one. So what I want is to input this density here. I want to import this, the global version of this. Well, I want the global version of this. I want this point, global map, and I want to overlay I need to move this imported density field from this XZ So I don't want to anchor this one, right? I want this to be the import density. I already have that block, right? I need to think about this. So the block that I'm doing, let's look at this. The block that I'm doing is this black one right here. So when I import it, it's going to give me this value right here. Okay. Okay. But what I want to do is actually say, hey, this block, I actually want you to be the same as the origin. That is what I'm trying to do. Oh. This block is the you know, every block, anytime it goes into this function, it will be this block. How do I know this block's imported to this thing, right? It's this one. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to equal actually to this 0, 0, 1. And this one though, what this will do, this was incorrect though, because why was it incorrect? What did it give me again? Again, it's all exactly the same. Why is it all the same again? I mean, I do want every one of these to be the same, but like, why is this one equal to that one equal to that one? Why isn't it equal to that one at the bottom? And is it because, where's my spawn? The spawn is even down one below, so it can't be equal to the world spawn. Where is the 0, 0 coming from? The anchor? That village mask. So I want to anchor these overrides, right? Because I want, if I'm in a different square, I want to know the origin here. So this is the origin for all of these red dots. If all these are the origin, it's going to take a sample from here. So it's going to take, you know, a sample from here saying, hey, take this map, but also put it at the origin, okay? This is the sample, right? But how does it know 0, 0? This right here is the world 0, 0, not this 0, 0. It's the world spawn, not the mesh 0, 0. So what if I do this? I need to call this twice maybe. So if I do this, I'm saying take this village map, anchor it to the 0, 0 of this mesh, even though, but I'm also anchoring the imported one, right? I don't want to anchor that one. This is going to give me that bumpy one again. This one. Oops. Oh. See, like, it doesn't seem to be getting the density value of the village mask at all. Right? So if I just take the imported, now it's importing it. But if I just take the anchor, it's going to have an issue too. Oh, it's going to be like, oh wait, it did? Whoa, it actually went through? Why did it go through? And what is this pattern? So it took the anchor and it didn't care about the inputs? I thought it would give me an error. So the anchor, what that does is it gets the origin, but the origin... Yeah, that's curious. That's really curious why it didn't throw an error and why, and how it even calculated it. Okay, well... I'm anchoring it to the X, override X, and override Z, right? So all the X and Z values, they're going to be equal to I'm saying, so what this is doing is saying, hey, this is this value, but I'm actually going to check at the X value. I'm actually going to check at the Z value. What can I actually check there? What if I just do another simplex right here? What if I just try this and see, this should give me a pattern that is the same everywhere repeated. Right? Why is this so low? That doesn't make sense. Does it? Actually, does it? Because what this is, here's what I think what it's doing. It's going to take this noise density. It's going to look at the 0, 0 of this noise density. And there should be the 0, 0 for the anchor, right? All the child density nodes will be anchored to this one. So for anytime it goes through here, anytime it goes to the street grid, it's gonna look and say, hey, just tell me the value of the one here. But this is also anchored there. What if I delete this? Is it gonna give me the same messed up one? It actually raised it up, it looks like. Because this was deeper before, wasn't it? What if I take this now? And multiply it with this. I don't think this will make any sense at all because this is not, or this is the world 1, and I'm taking it, the XZ of the world map, and I'm multiplying it with one of these, with the origin one. Or it's just throwing an error and I can't see it. It could be doing that. Since it's an error, it might just be saying, hey, this doesn't make sense. Give me a -1, and I'll put that. That's probably what it's doing. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Let's take a small break. I'll figure this out. And see, that's another issue with this is that when it has errors, sometimes it doesn't even tell me. It just says nothing, and it gives me -1 instead, and I just have to figure that out. All right. So I will be back. I think it's 9, and I'm going to mute myself. Alright, I think that brings it all back up. Yep. Oh, does it? Should. Hello? Oh, no, 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 it's control. 8. Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's get back to this. I don't even know if this is possible anymore. I'm just, because I need to be able to get the X and Z override, right? But I also need to anchor it to this one, but I don't want to anchor the density, right? So I need to be able to call this, but when I call this, it's going to get the current block. When I call this, I want it to get this block. And I want to say, hey, get this block and make my current block equal to this block, right? But when I do that, I also am anchoring this mask. I'm pretty sure, right? I've done this I don't know how many times. And, well, yeah, it's just going to make an equal, this consistent flat thing. And so what happened, right, this is what I had before, is that I had the anchor of this thing, and then overriding the X and Z here. And that's what would give me this thing, right? But what I'm pretty sure what's happening is I'm anchoring, so I'm taking the village mask and I'm putting it at y equals, or xz equals 0. And I'm anchoring it to this, and then I'm overriding it with, where would I be overriding this? Like this x and z override should be the origin density, so right, I'm not on world origin. This is world origin, right? So I'm taking world origin. What if I reverse this? Does that change anything at all? Wait. Is that actually kind of working? Why is there such a big drop off there, though? Reversed. What does the reversed do again? The noble reverse the origin of the child to the world's origin, or the origin before the previous anchor node. Reverse later down the line to move the origin back to the world's origin, like the field is unanchored and reaches the bottom branch of the sum. The top branch is still anchored. Do I need two anchors then? So did I just say this? If true, the node will reverse the origin of the child to the world's origin. or the origin before the previous anchor node. So I am anchoring this village mask now, right? To the world origin, which is what I want. This is supposed to be the world origin, and I'm anchoring it to that. I'm not quite there yet, though. I don't think. Here's the spawn. It should be, if that was true, it should be equal to this, right? So where are my X and Z going? Do I need to anchor it and then unanchor it? Can I do that? Can I anchor this? Take the X and Z and then unanchor it? Oh, oh, I'm gonna cry. It works. It works. Holy crap, it works. It did it. It freaking did it. I know. I think I can nest them now too. I think I can nest them. So what I can do is that next, if I do this here, if I want to put it inside, all I need to do is do the is reverse the anchor, so that way it removes it back to the origin. Do this new position cell density in inside this one, and then anchor it to that. Oh my god. Oh. I did it. Okay. All right. Now though, because I'm still getting it doesn't go all the way to the end, from node to node. I think what I can do again is now just say max it, right? Find the max. So when it's here, it's going to see when it's here, it's taking this one on the left and taking this one on the right. Why did it choose this one? How does it, or does it take the field that's the closest position? Or yeah, that's the closest to it. That might be what it's doing, in which case there might not be a way to stop it. I could try to calculate. I don't know. I don't think you can. I don't know if I can do this. It might always be cut off halfway there. And that's gonna stink because I don't want a single road to be suddenly bumped down. It would look awkward. Like if I have if this level's street lights, and then I go down to not street lights in the middle of the road, it might be a little awkward. Um, Especially if I also change the looks, right? So let's say I have like one that's supposed to be a higher density street node, and then I go to a lower density one, and so the higher density has like sidewalks, and this one doesn't have sidewalks. Now, right in the middle of the street, sidewalks are just gone. So I don't know if I want this still. I would like to be able to do this. I wonder if I can. If I do this now, can I import this density and look at these values around it and take the max of them, right? So again, we're going to do a max. Do max. I feel like what this is going to do is make all 4 of these equal to this one, which is not what I want. I don't know if there is a way to. There might be a way. I gotta think of the math for that. That might be a little bit harder. I can just try though this way. So it's gonna look at the origins around it, right? Yeah. So what it's doing is that it's saying, hey, I know you looking at this, but go to this origin instead. I want this one. Now to also be part of that. I don't know. Because if this one is here and this one checks the origin, it won't be in range though. Yeah, let's just try it. Let's just see it, right? Too much thinking, none of doing. Okay, so we're going to take the max of all these, and I'm going to check the origins of the 4 squares around it. Let's see, we got 50. I need one more here. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. I know it's not gonna work, but let's just see what's gonna happen, okay? Because all of these, I think, will be equal to this. It's gonna look weird. Yeah, it got way too tall. And some of them are still, yep, they're still cutting off halfway too. That's not what I want. What if I just cut this in half though? I don't think it's going to bother. I don't think it's going to fix the halfway issue. Yeah. Yep, see how it's still doing that. So this is not how I want it to be. Because it's fundamentally this mesh issue. This mesh issue is that I'm going, up to here. I'm checking or I have an origin at here, and all of these points, it should be included, right? Like if this is 0, 0, it should be 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, all the way up to 0, 50. So why is it suddenly saying like I want to be? How does it decide which origin to be part of, and how can I adjust that? I want it to be part of the origin that has a higher density, not just the closest one. Wonder the curve return type. I wonder how that would work. I don't think I would want to do that anyway because I just want to put a curve on this. What would be my curve anyway? Because I want to essentially create tiers of roads. So anything between here and here, I'd do like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. So any point between any density value between 0.1 and 0.3, tier 1, 0.3 and 0.4, tier 2, type of thing. Don't know if this is a solvable issue. I have my scalars. And it's going to put it with that origin. I mean, I'm just ecstatic I was able to solve it. Why is that failed? Oh, that's because I don't think it's saved it. So move it back to how it was. There we go. Whose origin, though, am I working with? Maybe I can figure that out. So if I have the value 0, 0, I can just check the other ones. These points should never touch that one. So this one should always be worked with this one. This one, this line should be within range of here. That's not necessarily true, huh? Is there a way to take this line, match it up with that? Or, I mean, I could also do street grids a little bit chunkier. So right now it has blocks of 50, and that's basically because that's the city blocks that I wanted, 50 blocks. But what if I just do a street grid? What if I calculate street grids more granularly? How would I know when there's streets though and when there's not? Can I do streets differently? Oh my gosh, am I going to change how this is going to work entirely? I don't think I want that. Oh, I feel so good about having accomplished that though today. All right, let's see if we can make a nice road today, real fast. I wonder if I can. How do I clear out my inventory really fast? Can I get this out really fast? Let's just do like this, and then open, and then move it all there. Oh, I like that. That's good. Okay. Cool. Way to easily get rid of stuff. We'll just keep that chest there just in case we'll do that again. Alright, so let's create a road. Let's even make it look nice. Let's do basalt brick. We're going to again do 5 by 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Okay. Now, most of my streets I want to be 3. Like, I really don't know the size of these streets, how I'm going to implement them. Let's just do the 3 by 3 now, and then let's also let's imagine this is in a green area, so we'll do some soil, not soil, we want some grass, some grass blocks, right? This is gonna be fun to see. Like, I don't know, oops, I don't actually want that to be there, I want that to be stone. Actually, the prefab, it doesn't matter, I can just make the prefab 1 by 5, huh? Do I? Can I? I think I can. Okay. Anyway, selection tool. We're gonna select this. Can I see this block here? Yes, we'll just go like that. Go out this way. Okay. Say prefab, save as road 1. We'll just do road 1 for now. Sure. Okay. Let's see how we can do this. So we have our roads. So instead of doing this now, instead of doing these, if we wanted to, we could actually set this up in tiers. So that way everything that is a street is going to be marble. And that way we can just look for marble for the prefabs. That could work. So for the props now, we're going to throw down a prop right here. Runtime prop. Okay. I don't know what this is. I think that's just the soil cubes. The basic. Basically, this is an example biome that you can look at. Anyway, this is going to be here, and then the positions I want. The positions I want. It's going to be. I know how to do this. We're going to do 2D node. Is it going to be a union? I was thinking I can do a union of a 5 by 5 grid plus this city grid. Let's just do the 5 by 5 first. We're going to do 5 by 5. Okay? 5 by 5. Sure. With 0 jitter. Okay? Now we're going to do the assignments. We're going to do a constant assignment. We're just going to do this one road for now. We gotta move that road. It's in prefabs, I think. Yep, there it is. Credit mods. This one server prefabs Atlantis. We'll create a. Do we want to create a new one? No, that doesn't matter. Let's do procedural towns. Procedural towns. Sure. And we're going to do road 1. Okay. Now we're going to do the prop. We're going to do prefab prop. Okay. Now I forget. I think I need to put in this procedural towns. I'm 100% sure we need to do procedural towns. Procedural underscore towns slash. I can go look at that though somewhere. So let's save this for now, and then we're going to do open. We're going to go to. Oh, how about Atlantis? That's what I was doing. We're gonna go to Atlantis, and now we're just gonna go look at the props. But what? Where's Atlantis? Ah. Oh, that's funny. Atlantis House. That's because I was already doing assignments. That's fine. All right, assignments. Let's just do that around Atlantis House. And then for here, it is Atlantis slash kitchen. Open biomes, basic biome, props, procedural town slash road 1.prefab. Road 1.prefab.json? I guess we'll find out. Okay. So every 5x5 we're going to check. Where's the directionality? The directionality will be pattern. It has to be a pattern, right? It has to know which way. I don't want a random directionality. The roads have to be in a certain direction. Can I just know using? Yeah, because all I need is north, south, east, west for now, right? So I don't think it needs to be. I think it can be static. I just need to know the direction. You know, let's just don't worry about that for now. Let's just see if I can get it. Floor pattern. The floor pattern is actually going to be the origin, which is our raw marble. That is the origin, and the floor is also, it's just going to be the rock marble, right? I think this should work. Okay, that is the floor pattern. Just put it on the marble. Scanner. Oops, I don't want that. I want this one. Column linear scanner. Okay, it's going to check everything from there to there, and it's going to only do one. Sure. Let's see what happens now. It didn't like it at all. It said, nope. What part did it not like? Let's just do the origin being air. So, what was that? Empty. and then it's just going to place it on top of it. Will it place it on top of it? Doesn't place it at all. Still. Does it not like this? Procedural towns, road 1, right? That should be... Here I have the prefabs. Should be procedural towns. Procedural towns, slash road 1 dot prefab dot JSON. Maybe it doesn't, maybe it wants the JSON extension as well. Can I just do procedural towns? And that way it will do everything within this folder. Doesn't seem like that either. Uh-oh. Come on. Column scanner is fine. 0 to 200. Constant assignment of this prefab. Meshing on 0, 0. Oh, because we're at y is 100 scale. Why don't can we do just the scale of 200? Or do we still have to do this one for this one? But it's a column linear scanner, so that this shouldn't matter. Right, these meshes are essentially 2D because we have a column scanner that's going to scan all of the y's, 0 to 200. So this doesn't matter. Column linear scanner, weighted path, procedural towns, like, pretty sure this works right here. That's the same. Let's do something that we know works, you know? Let's do house. True. We can do Atlantis house now. Atlantis house. Okay, so that's still not working. Do I need prefabs? I shouldn't need prefabs. This is a weighted prefab path, meaning that as long as it's in the prefab folder, it knows that I can start from this folder. Constant prefab directionality. This directionality should be fine. Shouldn't matter about that. This origin starting at there, looking beneath it, rock marble. Maybe this rock marble is wrong. Did I type it wrong? Rock marble. Maybe it shouldn't be the block type pattern. Maybe it needs to be the block set pattern. That's probably what it is. Still didn't want to print. Maybe this one. So it said block type, block set. Block set is that, and then materials will be empty. That's where it's starting. We're starting on the floor. It should be one above all of these. There we go. All right. Good, 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 good. Perfect. Now let's change it out to my roads now. Procedural towns. Let's just do procedural towns first and see if it actually puts it in there. Should erase all of these and put those blocks. Perfect. It didn't want to do it there. Oh, because it placed it under. There we go. That's something I'll need to figure out. All right. Okay, perfect. Now let's also try the road underscore one dot prefab. Let's just do prefab and see if that works. And if not, we'll know we need the JSON file. Let's see if it deletes it or not. It deletes it. Alright, so we need the dot JSON. The JSON. There we go. That is back. Alright, cool. Now also this is on top of it. Because I messed up before with this block set type pattern, so maybe if I do this, will it now, oops, save is what I want to do, will it now work placing it where the block is, where this marble is. It doesn't place it on the marble though, okay, so it doesn't like that, because it won't molding direction. I think let's see the pattern. No, not pattern. Position. Props. I have molding pattern none, so I wonder if that's what's causing it to break. Private also supports molding to the terrain. To enable molding, must specify a molding direction of down or up, and provide a molding scanner molding pattern. If you want your prefabs children to also mold, you need to set the molding children to true. I recommend you use the linear scanner. So wait for placing your prefabs on this path. What if I just set to down? Is it going to just push the marble one block down? If it does, that kind of sucks. I kind of want to replace it, but also doesn't seem like anything will happen. Because I think once I set this, it's going to ask for these. It needs to know. So let's just do none. Then let's change this back to empty. What I need to do now, especially with this, is make. Oh, you know, I think what I could do actually is just do a. I could just take this and throw it down. Why not? Prop. I can do prop, offset prop, and we're gonna do this as a prop, and we're gonna offset it down -1. And then I think it will just mush it into the ground. It won't care. And that's essentially what I want. Oh, it won't mush into the ground. What it's doing is it's checking, it's basically checking for this, and then at a -1 point, so that won't work. Like, yeah, okay, I made a mistake there. I don't think anything will happen here. However, if I, oh no, it was okay with this, because eventually it will hit it. Yeah, I see. Oh man. So I'll need to figure out molding now. I just also need to check, figure out directionality. So let's see. How can I do this directionality? Because yeah, I am good with roads. I think I'm now can create a bunch of different roads. So we don't need direction or offset. That's not going to do anything for us right now. I'll need to figure out molding. But for now, let's do directionality. We need to know molding scanner. All right. So Oh, you know what? How about I just do this? So, do I still need to do a directionality? Probably. So we're gonna go down is down or none, up, down or none. And we're going to say molding scanner. I want to try this. I want to try this. Molding scanner. Column linear scanner. 0 to 200. Alright. Molding pattern. Molding pattern. Is this going to, no, this is material. Because I did, okay, molding type, type, block set. I don't know what I'm doing. Just put this here. I don't know what's going to happen. Ooh. I understand. That could be very helpful. Uh, yeah, that could be very helpful in the future. All right, that's good to know how that works. Not what I wanted. Um, not what I wanted. I wanted to just replace the piece, right? Why can't I start the origin at the, oh, you know what? I can probably do rock marble and then we'll do rock stone. That's what this is, right? I think here I can just check. This is rock stone. What if I start the origin or the floor at rock stone? Right, and then start the origin with the rock marble. Now it's going to look at the marble and say, place it there. Yeah, yeah, it did. Okay, and now it's replacing it. All right, again, directionality. So cool, we got that. We're replacing it. We're doing stuff. We need directionality. We need to figure out pattern directionality. We want a floor pattern, right? The floor pattern. So if it's north, it needs to be, oh, how do we do this? Can the floor have multiple things? So if I go like this for a block type, block set, it won't like it. It only can have one per thing. So the floor pattern, how do I like check to see if it's like stone, marble, stone? You right? Stone, marble, stone, or something like that. know. What is this pattern right now? This is already going in a north to south pattern. So I just need to rotate it 90 degrees when... Oh, you know what I could do? I wonder if this will work. You know what? Let's just do... I'm going to try something. The city grid, yeah? I'm going to try the city grid. Okay. Now the city grid, I'm going to need to place okay. So I will need to build roads that are this long. I didn't want to do that. It might be better though. I can't though, right? Because the whole point is that some of these will end early, right? Or change to dirt. Like if this gets lowered, I want this to change to dirt. Of course, I wanted that intersections, but I still want it to be a little bit more dynamic. So I still need to break it up into smaller chunks, a 5x5 chunk. I need to figure out how to do these end points then. Like how, so if I do a city grid, I want to essentially loop this through all of the smaller positions, right? Assignments. I need to do a field function assignment. Oh. Do I need to do a field function assignment? So I'm going to do the city grids. And on the city grid, I'm going to import the street grid, right? Imported positions. Imported positions. No. I need to have this be a 5x5 grid right here, right? With 0 jitter. So what this should do, I don't know if it's going to line up with the city grid, but we can do the city grid. Okay? Or should I do street? What was it? Let's do street. Okay? Oh, no, no. Let's call this village streets. Let's cache this and call this village streets. Where is it? Right there. Right. So now I have this density field called village streets, and these village streets should be 1 or 0, and they will only be 1 or 0. So I can just go to field function, say minimum is 0.5 to 1.1 because it's not inclusive. So I just do 1. It won't include all the streets, and the assignments are this. Okay, the assignments will be this. So now every time there's a 1, which is all those spots, it's checking every 5. Let's just do constant and see if this even works. Let's see if this works. Ooh, it deleted it all. Okay. It didn't like that. I wonder why. Oh, well, you know what? I'm just doing this marble. That's essentially what this is. So this right here is the village streets. I'm just copying this exact thing. This function is identical to this, and except now I'm doing it with the material instead of a material. I'm doing it with this prefab. Oh, that's because also I do have the direction on it. That's why. So if I do this. So I could probably instead. Oh my gosh, directionality. I need directionality static. Static pattern like that. Okay. So if I take this out and just do stone here instead of marble, so I could do. I don't think it wants stone. All right, it wants empty. So, and I just take this out. So it shouldn't even print marble anymore. It should just basically replace the marble with the paths, which is what I want. Ah, it eliminated them. Why? Interesting. So it's doing this field function. It's checking every 5 by 5, right? It's going every 5, so including all these. It's checking all these. But most of these are outside of this field function, which is 0, 4. So it should only be looking at these blocks. These blocks will have. Oh, wait. I just get rid of all of this too. This will just put the streets everywhere across the entire map, right? Yeah, there we go. Alright. So I want to eliminate that by just doing the village streets. Did I type this right? Maybe I typed it wrong. Village streets. Alright. Village streets. Okay. So it's looking at all these points. Is it only looking at the origin of the points maybe and they're not quite aligned? All these points. And if that point has this, yeah, it could be that. It could be that I am checking. Look how it specifically didn't work with these. Oh, it's because it needed empty and stone, and this is not empty and stone below it. It was empty and empty, maybe? That is so funny, though. Okay. So this does everything as expected, and it's aligned with the grid. So this one should import the ones and the zeros. And it's saying, hey, anything. Well, actually, no, I'm multiplying it. That's right. I'm multiplying it by the village, right? So it might not be 1 through 0 anymore. It could be like, here's the street grid, and then now I'm giving it how deep into the village, right? I'm multiplying it by how deep it is into the village, and I'm taking some delimiter of that, right? So this should work. Unless, of course, again, it's like taking this part here when it's not aligned with this. That's very likely what's happening. It's slightly off. Because look, if you do this, here's 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's right there. It's lined up in the middle. In fact, look at this is perfectly aligned. It's aligned on both axes. So why doesn't it like that? Should be checking all of those spots. And all of this is correct because it placed it everywhere. Only this part, because this assignment. This field function assignment, it didn't like it. So it paints it back white. So that means all of this is still working. It just doesn't like this. Is my delimiter wrong? I mean, it should be identical. It's literally village streets right here. It's just this one. And so it's the same field function with the same delimiter. I don't understand why it's not placing the prop. It has to be this one. Because we've already determined that this mesh is okay, this assignment's okay, it placed it everywhere, every 5 blocks it placed another one. What if I increase the function, the delimiter? Now it's everywhere again. Except the opposite. It's literally the opposite of what I want. Huh. What's interesting though is that I made it is a 5x5 block. Oh, yeah. This is supposed to be a 5x5 prefab. But I am doing 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, was there only one on each side? There was one, only one on each side. What am I talking about? This is correct. This is correct. There's 5 blocks there. 3, but then this isn't. This is not. I am so dumb, huh? I did 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I did 7 on either side. What am I doing? That's why I messed up. My prefab is off. Prefab list. It's 7 by 5. What am I doing? Alright, well, I think I need to redo the prefab, right? Alright, we could redo the prefab. We just gotta take the prefab selector tool. Oh no, selector tool. Go like this, 5. And go like this, 5. I don't know what I was doing before. Let's save this. Save prefab as road 1. And then we're going to go to prefabs. We're going to delete the road 1. We're going to go all the way back up to here for prefabs. Why didn't it save it? Prefab save. Oh, I reversed it. Prefab save for road 1. There we go. There it is. And we're going to cut. We're going to go back down. Prefab here. Place that here for now. And now let's try to reset it. Save. Let's see what happens now. Okay. It did place it a few times. Let's do 0.4 now. So it should get rid of all the zeros there. It didn't. Okay, so those just happened to be an accident, I guess. Interesting. Even though this is identical. This. Oh, because it's the rock stone. I didn't change it to rock marble. To what it was, marble. What it was before. I had it as stone still. So this should be okay now. Now I should place it exactly, back to where it was. Right? Right? No? Oh, yeah. Rock, marble, empty. Road 1. Yeah, yeah. This should be right. This should be right. Block said its origin is empty. The pattern is marble, so look for the marble, place it on the marble. What's wrong with that? Block set material, block set pattern, set directionality, limiters, village streets. Village streets should be 0.4 to 1.1. which means it's the same starting point, so it should begin from right here. I know, the scale is 40, right? Is that it? Is that it? No. Now? Oh. What if I just scale 1 then? Yeah, I didn't think so. Because we're doing a column scanner, right? The column scanner shouldn't matter at all. It should be looking for one of these places that match all its criteria, and it was fine doing that until I introduced this field function. This field function it doesn't like for some reason. Well, if I just lower this, because it's okay with, so that should lower it down to like these parts. So this lower basin should be full. Oh wait, now it's okay. Oh, what is this doing right here? Have I been misunderstanding this entire time? This village mask? Because the mask should go from 0 to 1 right here. Or is this right here just really, really low? Which is way lower than I thought it would be. Okay, well, it's just still confusing for me because this is at 0.4. And this is at 0.3. And I'm still not covering all of these. I think I need to go, so here's 0.3, this is by 0.2 even? Because it's looking right here. This is 0.2 on this field function. But it might extend it out even further. Okay. Is this really 0.2, 0.10? It can't be negative right here, right? It could be negative. I don't know where the 0 point is actually. That could be 2. It looks like it actually made it up to cover everything. So this could be like 1, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. No, because this is 2, this is 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're only going up to 6, huh? I wonder what other villages would look like then. This, to me, is already kind of big for a village, but I don't know. Okay, so, village streets. I'm going to need to recalculate this too, huh? I'll need to know crossroads. I'll need a prefab for crossroads. But it looks like this is working now for the field function. That's good. This constant assignment. Is it possible to know this density? I don't think so. I think it stops right here in front of the, this field function delimiter. I can't really get any further information on the density down here. I don't think we need that though either. I could create a complicated curve for my streets. I could embed more information here. Right? Because I could figure out if it's north facing or south facing. Yeah, especially now that I don't necessarily need to do this for what's it called? For my for the actual topology. Now that I've seen it, now that I know how it works, I'm pretty confident in this. So what I can do is just kind of push this all over, or push that over. Fine, push this over. Come on, grab all that. There we go. That's the mix, right? I don't need to mix it anymore. Don't need to do any of that. Yeah. So what I can do now is just do a simplex, and this should work. So I'm going to create this a random thing, but all of these paths, yep, they will print. They'll do it. That's perfect. And here's where the molding came into place, right? So I could create a new material for myself too. I could create a special material to line this up and actually put it onto the world. I could use this to help me make the right now I'm just thinking streets, but I also probably can do it with foundations or other parts of the building. Anyway, so yeah, I could add this. Instead of using marble, I can make my own block that just says, "Hey, lay this down," and then I can mold it to that block. Because right now I can use marble here. Let's actually do that. Let's do the molding scanner. I'm gonna see if this actually works. This would be awesome. I mean, that's how it looked, and that's why I thought it was cool. Is that we're going to do a block set pattern. The block set pattern is going to be marble. Cut it, and paste it, put it there, and then we're also going to say down on the molding direction. And now we line it up. Yeah! So this is how I'm going to want to do it. Because I won't know the topology of where I'm building these. I could try to just flatten it out. So when I have the village points as well, right? That's why I wanted to do it here on this this 2D mesh. So I actually should know where the villages are going to be using this cell noise density, the village mask, right? And I could just make anything within this a certain range wherever I'm going to print it, right? Whether it's from 0.5 to 1 or 0.4 to 1, I could just make that terrain flat. I could alter the terrain according to this mask. So I could just flatten it out instead of doing that, which makes sense because people do we mold the environment around us to how we see fit. If they need to flatten out some of these tops, they can do that, or they should do that. That's what people would do. So I can try to do that here as well. Do a combination of flattening out the terrain, depending on where the villages and cities will be. Cities definitely need to be mostly flat, Actually, I mean, not necessarily, because you can a lot of cities are hilly. But yeah, okay. I will definitely need molding patterns, so I'll definitely need to make blocks, and I'll definitely need to change these according to. So let's actually do. I wonder if I can do it 3 wide. So this is depth into floor, thickness 1. I wonder if I can also, because it's a street grid, right? And there's no way to know if I'm next to a street grid. I cannot do it, yeah, one or the other. Okay. So I wonder if I can change the street grid to do one block next to you, right? So this is 0 and 1. What if you multiply and you're like 1, right? This will be, how about this? So if I add the two, the absolute value is the two. If they are 0, that's the origin. If I add the absolute value of the two and it's no, if I add them, it could be 0, right? So like 3 and -3, that would be 0. 3 negative, or -3 would be -6. So how do I get these 2 points and these 2 points? Because I can multiply them and get 0. Right? If I multiply, but now I want to multiply them and see like anything between 1 and -1. How about I just do that? So -1 and then 1 is okay. Okay, that should work, and then we'll just do the same thing, which is make this a step function. So anything outside that, I don't think this is going to work though, because multiplying two numbers, if one of them is 0, it should be fine. That will give me the axes. If I multiply two numbers and it's 1, it's always going to be the number, right? You're never going to multiply it unless it's 1 and 1. So you're only increasing the range here by the 4 points around the origin, which is 1, 1, -1, 1, -1, -1, and 1, -1. Because anything outside that, you're going to be multiplying the values together, and it's going to be not that. So basically, I want an absolute value, right? So if the absolute value of the x or the y is within a certain range, that's what I want to do. Or z, I should say. So the absolute value of x value, okay. How do I make an or here? Let's just copy and paste this though, to know what the values I'm working with. Z value, oops, V value. Okay, so I have this or this, right? If this is within 1, we're good. That's this right here. This is the absolute value curve. If I am, okay, but I need to change this so it's like -1.001, make it 0. Or if it's 1.0001, put a 0. So if the x value is within these, but the absolute value, that you're never going to get a negative with the absolute value. What if I just create two curve mappers and add them together? That would be fine, huh? Or do the max. Don't add them. Do the max, right? So basically, if it's 0, it's 1. If it's 1, it's 1. If it's greater than 1, make it 0. And then we're going to input this here. Okay. So that's saying if the z value is within 1, that's good. And then we're just going to take the same exact thing, copy, paste. Okay, and so now I have that, and then we're going to take the max, which is essentially adding the two together. Let's see if this works. Yeah! Success! Alright, cool. So much to do, so little time. I have to get back to the real world now and start doing some more homework. Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Alright. But I am excited about this. I think I can do this. We can mold it to the terrain. I just again need to figure out directionality. So these are the wrong directions. In fact, I don't know why it's not making this grass. Why is it making these grass and these not grass? It should be placing them because it should be replacing the entirety of the. Look at this interesting pattern. Yeah, see how this is still marble and this is grass and this is marble and grass? So it's taking this, placing it here, but not placing it there. Why? And this is doing the same thing, this is doing the same thing. And then this is not placing the roads at all. Or the grass at all. It's a 5x5 square now, and I'm using a 5x5 grid. So it should match the grid evenly, nicely. It's offset by 1. Is that why? It shouldn't be, should it? Let's see, does that make sense if it's offset by 1? What if we take out these mold scanners and just place them on top? What's gonna happen here? Oh, it doesn't like it at all because why doesn't it like it at all now? I mean, as it's scanning, it should find marble. It should find this marble. It should look below and go, yeah, rock. and then place it. But does it not like the fact that there's stuff here? Here's a pretty flat piece. Let's bring in the molding scanners. How does this one work here? It's the same. Now this is interesting too. Look at how this one has a fourth block right there. Actually, all of these are fourth. My prefab though is definitely... Oh, there it is. Oh, what? I changed this. Let's go to main menu and try again. Worlds this. We're going to create a viewport. I mean, it should have updated immediately, right? View, no, spawn, viewport, radius, set. Here we go. Paste, there, procedural count, roads. Yeah, okay. Okay. Where's my towns? Ooh, what happened? Where's my town? It didn't place any of the marble. Even though this worked last time. I saved it and it worked. But now that I reloaded it, it doesn't like it anymore. Why? And everything's broken again. Like, how does that make sense? I changed this, and it was fine with that. It made a 3x3 road. It was perfectly okay with that. And then I don't change anything here. I change nothing here except for the linear scanner. breaks, what if we change this to like 500? Still doesn't like it. It's not because of these things, right? That doesn't make sense for it to not be considered just because it's not in this little thing. If you want to add all that though. What's this mixed density doing now again? It figured out that the roads to make them all the same size, right? That's what we need here. So this is actually this should be the village streets, not this one. Right? These village streets. Oh man, alright, so I take this street grid. Why don't I just import those now? Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to... We don't need this anymore. We do need the street grid still. That's super important. We're just going to import this one, village streets. This is the village streets. And this is what I should be crafting on. Shoot. Alright, so I have the street grids right here. Let me put this into a group as well, just in case the game or the thing doesn't like it. Let's do street grid and throw all of this in here. Okay, we got street grid now. So we got a village mask, street grid, and we're saying village streets. They're going to be doing that. Village streets. Right, the village streets is simply that plane. What if we just don't have anything that low right now? Or that high? What about going to 0? Everything. 0.1 gives us nothing. So is it calculating 0 for everything right now? Which shouldn't make any sense. The max density is there, unless I have a multiplier. Multiplier is not being multiplied by anything, that's fine. Oops. This should be fine as anchor. I think this is okay. The z value to x value is on the anchor there. It's anchoring to the city grid. City grid is, oh no, this is the city grid. Pointer, which is 50. We're looking at 50 out. Scaling it, and then the street grid. Right, that should work. Am I caching too much? Maybe I need a cache. Maybe I'm finding too much cache. I'm only caching 3 things. Which is the max that I'm doing right now, right? So it should be fine. I'm creating, this is density anchor position multiplier. I'm mixing it. I have these 3 to mix it with the street grid. We're doing anchor and reverse anchor override. We're importing the village mask, which is here. We are then taking the village streets and we're going to wait a second. We're taking the village mask, right? Technically, that's only this part. These are the village streets. Let me be clear on this. Okay. So the village mask. This is creating the shape of the village, right? That's creating the shape of the village. I need to be the street grid needs to be multiplied by the village grid. If I don't, because this density right here is determining the village streets levels, right? That's what I was doing with all of this stuff, levels of the village streets. And this street grid is just the entire world, right? Here's the entire world, and it's just putting ones and zeros depending on where the streets are. The streets right now I'm doing are 3 by 3, taking the x value, as long as it's less than 1. So -1, 0, and 1 are all within that area, so it's going to input or give me ones. The rest will be zeros on the entire world map. Okay, that's what I'm doing with this. Okay, that's the street grid. if you're part of that street grid, right, if it ones and zeros, which is what I still have, I have ones and zeros. If you're part of that street, if you're not part of the street, you just get applied your village mask. If you're part of that street, now you're going to be the same village mask, but you're going to be put at the origin of these city blocks. Okay, it's 100, but the distance is 100, right? So that's why it shouldn't matter, unless of course this is high. This shouldn't be that high, should it? This is 140. We're already at 140 here. This is why I do not like distance. You're starting at 100. This should go all the way up to 200. Should go all the way up to 200. And that would create the street grids. Your village streets. So the village streets. This is the entire world, though. No? Yeah, the entire world. You're going to be putting. Oops. You're going to be putting. Let's get this. Let's get this. So I have a world, a topological map like I had before, right? So, and then I have a street grid that goes across the entire world. This one does the street grid that goes across everything. Okay. If you're on the street grid, all you're doing is just looking at the village map and assigning it to this value. Alright, so you're leveling it up as we've done in the first half of this video. Otherwise, I mean, and if the village map is off or near off, then it's fine. Okay. Okay. So the village streets are here. Loading them up. 0.1, 1.1. You should be changed to marble. Oh, what happened? This is a number between 1 and 0. You're multiplying between a number between 1 and 0. So this should be a number between 1 and 0. This makes sense. This same with this. This is 1 and 0, and then you just you're okay realigning it. This is realigning. That's doing anything. Just 1 and 0, 1 to 0, 0 to 1. That's what that is. Same with this. This is just saying create your streets across the whole world. Let's just go to like 10. Let's see where it's broken. Just instead of start thinking about it, let's just start putting in numbers. So I raised it up to 10. Let's do position cell noise. No, 320. Let's increase this to 200. That might be it. It might be just too far away. No. Points at wide. Maybe the points are too low. 3150. No. Going. I don't know what broke. I don't understand. Oh. This is literally working not so long ago. What happens if we go to 0, 1? So it has to do with this probably, yeah? Didn't like this new way of doing it. Right before. Oh, this is actually the max. We want this right here like this. Right before we had just the sum of the absolute value of x and y, or what, x and z, x value, z value, no, override, z value, okay, and if these are in a curve mapper, oh, curve, and the curve was that distance, a manual saying A, if you are 0, you're a road. If you're not 0, you're not a road. Alright, let's see what this will bring back. Did not. It didn't bring it back. So a field function, you're importing the village streets, I'm saying from some place to some place. Oh, 1.1. I mean, that's probably going to be it right there. But does that mean they're all getting multiplied to 1? No, I didn't bring it back. Because I changed it to 10. If it wasn't at 10, it's not going to be at 1.1. This village streets, again, going through it for the 10th time here. Village streets is here. It's going to be mixing these. This is simply saying on every 50th one, we're going to import this and make it equal to the anchor. So let's look at this. I'm sorry, I mean that wasn't quite right. It's going to take the street grid. Whenever it's the street grid, 0, 1, right? We have a 1 here. It's going to be 0, 1. When it's 0 or 1, or when it's 0, it's going to be the village mask. When it's 1, it's going to be this. This one at 1, though, is just this by a certain point for all of these street grid points. Let's look at this. This one is, again, doing a position cell noise. So multiplying it by this. Okay, position cell noise. And it's going to create this mesh and calculate this distance to this curve. The closer you are to the center, the bigger your number is. The closer it is to 1. That's the distance density. Now we're doing anchor and the limiter. Always this, returning this density. Then we multiply it with this noise map. That'll give us a village mask, which looks like this. This will be zeros. It actually wouldn't be, huh? It's pretty close, because you're always, yeah, you're having zeros and ones. Like so this one right here, you multiply it, it's pretty close. Is this what's wrong? You have a number pretty close to 1 near the center, so it's very rare for it to be the center to be completely eliminated. It just might get reduced down to as far. Oh no! I mean, I haven't shifted my view, so this mask should be fine. It's the same mask I was working with before. I have one at the spawn. All I did was change this. Because I changed this, it makes me think that the distance, these distances aren't far enough now. I mean, this one just scaled up 320, so this one should be fine. This is the same as it always been. I changed it back, though, to this manual curve, where if I add these two up, oh, wait. That's sum. I want multiplier. Sum is the origin. This is if one of them is 0. This one is 0, this one is 0. We're good. Alright. Does that help? Should I do an export or something? Exported density? What's exported density do? Since allows exporting a density field as a single instance, enabling the single instance list and ensures all importers share the same logic. By default, a completely different instance is created for every importing node. When there are multiple imported nodes that import the same exported key, a new instance of the exported density tree will be created for each of the imported nodes. A single instance ensures all importers share the same underlying instance of the node tree. This node can be used to optimize caching when exported density is imported multiple times in the same context and contains caches. I wonder if I just don't need to use caches. Maybe I'm messing this up with the caches. So we're just gonna do scale it, right? Let's just get rid of all this caching. I might not know how that works. Take that back down. Okay. No more caches. Let's lower this. Let's bring this down to like 100. Okay. So it's not the height that's messing this up. Village streets should be the ones here. I mean, this is different. So before I was taking this and multiplying it by this for the entirety of those positions. Because I just took these streets, the street grid, and multiplied it by this. Not mixed it. Multiplied. That's it. But if I just use village streets instead of these, before I had this, and then I had to multiply it with that, and that's what gave rise to these, right? But I don't need to multiply it anymore. I'm already calculating this value for everything. I didn't accidentally hit skip on anything, right? No skipping by accidents. No skipping. Reversed. This. Village mass. No skipping. Didn't hit skip by accident. Imported. Mix. Not skipping by accident. Why isn't this working? Does this order matter though too? Oh my gosh. I'm going nuts. Alright, let's just do street grid. That's how I can do this. I just need to paint it. Street grid. There we go. Wait. That's this one. Let's see. So it's saved it somewhere. So I don't know how caching works, and I need to not use it. So it's okay doing this. All right. Let's get this back. Then let's delete this. Put this back. Put this back. Save. Okay. Save this. And we're okay again. I'm going to quit the main menu. In fact, I might have to quit the desktop. I'm just going to quit the desktop and I'm going to try it again. It's 12:30. I really need to go. I really need to eat. Pre-release. Play. Okay, worlds. This one. Come on. Come on. 3, 4, radius 7. Okay. So I don't know if that unloaded all the caches and stuff, but we have this. This seems to be fine with 3 by 3. Okay, got rid of it. Why? Why did it get rid of it now? Hold on. This is the one that will let me have a 3 by 3 street grid. And yet, when I moved it to this one, it did a 3 by 3. That doesn't make any sense. Alright, street grid. That's street grid. Alright, we're gonna click the menu. Worlds. It's fun. 3, 4, radius 7. I mean, there's no reason for it to not do this. With this going up, scaling 320, it should Z value. absolute value. So it will give me, it'll fold plane. And I'm saying anything between 0 and 1 is going to give me 1, and then anything after is going to give me 0. So -1, 0, and 1 should be these two. Could be giving me a 3 wide highlight of that axis on a city grid. Max distance 50. And I export it a scale there. Does this need to be higher? Does this need to be over here? Their position on the actual thing. This is street grid. Street grid. What if I just freaking plug this in instead of an importer? Plug it in. Save. The importer is broken. Or is this because it's not connected, it doesn't like it? Immediately, okay, okay. Now I got it. Doesn't like it. Alright. So where is this one? Village streets. Wait on here. It needs to be connected. You cannot import something that is disconnected from the tree. Got it. Thank you. Okay, well, I mean, that should work, but it's not. I'm not calling anything else, right? Or everything, oh, because everything's within this range, that's why. Yeah, let's do like 0.4 again. There, no, that wasn't it. Oh, that's because of the props too. This is the prefab one. Even 0.4 is too high? 0.8? I have a viewport, right? I have a viewport. This is 0, 1, 2. I mean, that's really, that's the positions of these is really important too for the multipliers. This doesn't make sense. This is not making sense. I mean, this is, yeah, I mean, that's not anything anyway, the street grid. Oh, that's because this. I need to do village streets. Village streets. So if I do street grids here, right? Village mask up here. This is there. If I delete this and import this here, village streets like that. Oh, that's because it's still connected here. Street grid. Of course, I didn't get rid of this. Now that's that. And then instead of importing the street grids, we're just going this and that. But now this one, not this one, doesn't. I think we can just do village streets. But I want to kind of see if this will work in the first place. So if that breaks, nothing should happen. Alright, I think that's because this is just way too high. 0.8. Let's do 0.4. What happened? What's going on? So 3x3 grid, right? And it seems to be okay right there. I see it's combining the two instead of multiplying. So what I want to do, I want this street grid. Okay. Streets. Village mask. I thought this street grid, or this mixed density, would kind of multiply these anyway, because I'm taking the values of this and putting it there, and that is true, which is why it's overlaying here. I see. I don't want that. I want the street grids to still be the street grids. Oh, okay. So instead, I need to take. So this will still be connected, right? This is why it's so important to do this. Make sure these are ordered, but at the same time, this is so kind of silly. I do need to import it. I do want to multiply these, as I had before. Importing the street grid. Okay, I have the street grid there. And now we're going to multiply it with right, this one. We're multiplying by this one, and we're going to multiply it with this village mask, actually, huh? Let's see what happens when we multiply it with this first. Okay. Point 4 is way too low. 0.5. It's interesting that we get these too. I don't think oh wait, I did increase these. That's right. So we're supposed to go back to 500. That's what happened. That's why it's like that. There we go. And then we can increase this again to like 0.6. There we go. I just noticed that I'm getting perfect things across here too, which is interesting. Because I don't have the village mask. I do. That's both a good and a bad thing, right? So everything's coming together again. It's because it was disconnected, so it didn't even consider those nodes anymore, which stinks. I need to make sure I connect everything or learn how to do the exporting. I think that's how you can do it. Or these just need to be root nodes, so I need to make them. Yeah, I just need to make them root nodes. I think as long as they're a root node, you can use them. All right, it's almost 1 though. I really have to go. I should have stopped like 45 minutes ago. I have to eat a very quick lunch and get back to work doing other things. Um, so now that I know this, I could to get back to how I was originally, multiply it by the village mask, um, and that could be helpful. So yeah, I could do that. So that all that's going to do is create these rounded off nodes, which would probably be better. I think I do want that. Um, let's do that. Let's see. I want the street grids. I think I want the street grid applied right here. I don't need that import. I'm gonna put that there. I'm gonna multiply this together. What I'm gonna do is, I need to have all these attached. I'm gonna move this down for the prefab. This is the function for the prefab. I need to actually mix it though, still. And so the mixing will be those two imported functions. Now that they're attached, it should be fine. Okay. Again, I need to make sure they're in the right order. The top one is going to be this village mask. Multiply the village mask by this. Right. Village mask. So multiply the village mask, or rather mix village mask. That's what we did before, and then also with the street grid being my if statement. This will create, yeah, longer. Oh, interesting. Okay. That actually might work though. Alright, so if I do this now in these. Oh, it didn't actually pull it up either. Alright, so my delimiter though is 0.6 here. I need to have a 0.6 delimiter here too, I'm pretty sure. It should work anyway though, because it should have been anything below that. It just doesn't want to place them anymore. It needs empty, it needs rock marble. It's going to impose itself on the marble. 0 to 200, 0 to 200. Unless it doesn't like this, which it should be fine with this. What's wrong with this now? Is there anything wrong with this? What if I just do a field function, any field function? This is how you can test it. So if it's this, if something's wrong with this, it will print a bunch of these everywhere. No, it won't. Only where there's marble. But it did anyway. It did put it there on the marble. Okay, so that means something's wrong with this. Did I write it correctly? Village, streets, village mask. Village mask. I'm exporting it as a village mask. And then street grid. I'm exporting that as street grid. Okay. Importing the village mask. All of these are the same. Right. It's either going to be this one or it's going to be that one. Determined by the street grid. It should still be within this range because this is determined here. But I'm multiplying it. I'm just multiplying by 0, 1. This is not anything interesting. It's entirely this one. This is multiplied by 0, 1. So if anything, this one should be on top. Whoa. What just happened? Okay. Definitely do not cross. Do not cross streams. To quote Ghostbusters. And all this is going to do is make this one move a little bit faster because this is more often than not going to be 0. But the village mask is still there. And the village mask is simply saying, hey, here's where the villages are. So the village streets is here's where the villages are. And here's my streets. And now I'm going to make my streets equal to their anchor density on the village mask. So anytime there's a grid, anytime it's a 1 on the grid, which is only on the streets, we've already talked about that. That's here, right? 0, 1, 2. You're either doing this at 0, so everywhere that's on a street. If you're a street, you do this, which is that you're taking in the village mask, you're anchoring it, and then you're just sending it back out on its way. This is at 93. It should be fine. I'm starting with 100. Next distance is 100. So it should be within range. And it's the same delimiter as this one, which should be fine. Because the village... Oh no, it won't be fine. This is not the same. The village mask is different. That's going to be a number between 0 and 1, huh? The closer you are to the city, well, it should still be like, I'm still doing 1.1. It still has all those positions in it. Like, I don't understand why it's... it should still be printing some of these. None of these values changed since this. I mean, it was only this marble that was messing up that I couldn't figure out. And now that I've reattached everything onto the main nodes, like everything's attached again, Everything that I had before is the same. I mean, I did mess with a few things, but it should be okay. Density cell noise, 50, that's good, that's fine. Skill, we're skilling it up. That's how this is what we did every single time before. And it's working for printing out the marble. It's just these here, the village streets. It was always a mix. I'm mixing these. Basically, it's just an if statement. If it's on the grid, if it's not on the grid, do the mask. Wait, is that what I want for this? Oh, what? What? I just confused myself. I have no idea why. Do I need to take village streets and multiply it with my street grid? Because the village mask, if I, anytime it's on the street grid, I want to do this. Anytime, no, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. But this mixed density won't give me the one that I want. It has to be the street grid again. It has to be this one that I'm doing. Why? Oh my gosh, I need to rethink this again. Like, I am a little. What happened? What's going on? Village streets. We're going to rename this village streets right there. And we're going to not export that. And we're just going to import and prog. Import village streets. So we're going to cut this. I'm just going to call this one village streets. Now I'm really confused because this is literally the same thing. I'm just taking this, I'm exporting it as village streets, and then I'm bringing it down here. So this should be the same exact density with using the same exact min max. So wherever I printed the marble, I should be printing this now, the prefab. And this viewport should be up because this didn't crash. Alright, well, I'll have to figure this out later because I am very confused. I don't know why or what happened. I really thought I had the streets done today, and now it looks like I'm still working on them. I didn't redo the village mask, right? Village mask. Okay. Alright, well, that was fun, and I really, really, really need to go. So, hopefully you all enjoyed that. I kind of had a rough time, I guess. I mean, it was good. I really the breakthrough with figuring this out, like this anchor densities, massive accomplishment. But I am not close. Sorry, long way to go. Hopefully, I figure it out soon and get this done soon because it would be awesome if I can send this to Hytale, Hypixel. I just want I just want them to see this. I want them to hire me. Alright, well, yeah, I hope you all enjoyed it.